A warm good morning to one and all present here. It is with immense pleasure and great honor that I extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to all the distinguished guests, respected dignitaries, eminent scholars, faculty members, research scholars, students, and participants gathered here for the inaugural session of our two-day international seminar on dystopian narratives, imagining crisis, resistance, and the future. This seminar, organized by the Department of English of NSS Nemmara in association with UGC MTTC, University of Kerala, and SERA, seeks to explore how dystopian literature and cultural narratives help us understand contemporary crises, inspire resistance, and reimagine possible futures. We are delighted to have such an esteemed gathering with us today. So, let us now begin the proceedings by invoking the blessings of the Almighty. I invite everyone to kindly rise for the prayer and Acharya Vandana, and I invite Puja Miss for the prayer. Please, Miss.
योगीन्द्राणां त्वदङ्गेष्वविग सुमधुरं मुक्तिभाजां निवासो भक्तानां कामवर्ष द्युधरुकिसलयम् नाधते पादमूलम् नित्यं चित्तस्थितं मे पवनपुरपदे कृष्णा कारुण्य सिन्धो कृत्वा निःशेष तावान् प्रतिशतु परमानन्द सन्दोहलक्ष्मी प्रतिशतु परमानन्द सन्दोहलक्ष्मी आचार्यवन्दनम् മന്ദസ്മേരാഭമാണെങ്കിലുമൊരു കനലിൻ ചൂടെഴും പ്രൗഢഭാവം സ്വന്തം നാടിന്റെ മുന്നിൽ പലവുരു പ്രകടിപ്പിച്ച സിംഹപ്രഭാവം ചെന്നെത്തും നേടമെല്ലാം അതിശയകരമായി കീഴടക്കും സ്വഭാവം മന്നത്താചാര്യ പാദസ്മരണ പുളകമായി പൂത്തിറങ്ങട്ടെ നമ്മിൽ പുളകമായി പൂത്തിറങ്ങട്ടെ നമ്മിൽ.
Thank you, ma'am. To formally welcome our distinguished gathering, I now invite our beloved head of the Department of English, Dr. Srijaji, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, everyone. Respected Principal, Dr. Shalini V. Respected Dr. Pradeep Kumar K. Member Syndicate, University of Calicut and Associate Professor of English, Sri Vyasa NSS College. Professor C.A. Josuti, Director, UGC Balavya Mission Teacher Training Center, University of Kerala. Dr. Biju Ituttaparakil, Assistant Professor, Rochester Institute of Technology, USA, Dubai Campus. Professor Dr. Anjana J, Vice President SIRA and Head of the Department of English, NSS College, Pandalam. distinguished resource persons, respected faculty members, researchers, scholars, students, invited guests, dear participants, a very good morning to one and all. It's my great honor and privilege as head of the Department of English, NSS College, Nemmara, to extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to each one of you to this two-day international seminar on dystopian narratives, imagining crisis, resistance, and future. On behalf of the Department of English, I express our sincere gratitude for your gracious presence and wholehearted support in making this academic gathering a reality. This seminar is organized in collaboration with UGC MMTTC Center, University of Kerala, and SIRA, Society of Innovative Researchers and Academicians, two institutions that have consistently promoted excellence in teaching, research, academic collaboration. We are deeply thankful to both organizations for partnering with us in this endeavor. Now coming to the topic, why we have chosen this topic. 21st century has witnessed unprecedented transformations marked by climate crisis, technological surveillance, artificial intelligence, pandemics, political conflicts, widening social inequalities. In such a world, dystopian narratives are no longer distant fictional possibilities. Instead, they have become powerful frameworks through which we examine our present realities and imagine our future possibilities. This seminar seeks to create an interdisciplinary platform where scholars from literature, cultural studies, media studies, and other related disciplines can engage in meaningful dialogue on these pressing concerns. We are indeed privileged to have with us eminent scholars whose research and academic contributions have enriched literary and cultural studies. Their insightful lectures over the next 2 days will undoubtedly broaden our perspectives and inspire new avenues of research. Now, over to my duty. It's my proud privilege to extend a warm and respectful welcome to our dear principal, Dr. Shalini ma'am, who has been a source of encouragement and constant support, and her guidance in all our academic endeavors is actually very, we respectfully remember that. Madam, your unwavering support for research, innovation, and quality enhancement has enabled the Department of English to organize programs of international stature. We are deeply honored by your gracious presence as the president of today's inaugural session. Welcome, ma'am. Now it's with great pleasure that I welcome Dr. Pradeep Kumar K, Member Syndicate and also Associate Professor of Srivasa NSS College, an eminent academician, distinguished literary scholar, and Member Syndicate of University of Calicut. Your insightful scholarship and significant contributions to higher education have inspired students and researchers alike. We are honored to have you to inaugurate this international seminar and later deliver an expert lecture on Living at the End of Future, Dystopian Literature and Crisis of Late Capitalism. Sir, on behalf of NSS College Nemmara and Department of English, we extend our heartfelt welcome to you. Now, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome Professor C.A. Josugutti, the Distinguished Director of UGC MMTTC, University of Kerala, in absentia. Even though he is not here, he has given his message for us. Under your visionary leadership, the Center has emerged as one of the India's premier institutions for faculty development and academic excellence. We are indeed privileged to have UGC MMTTC associated with this seminar, and we sincerely thank you for your valuable support and inspiring presence. Sir, a hearty welcome to you in absentia. Now it's a privilege to welcome Dr. Biju Ituka Paraket, Assistant Professor at the Rochester Institute of Technology, Dubai campus. Your contributions to literary and cultural studies and your international academic experience greatly enriched the seminar. We eagerly look forward to your plenary's lecture on dystopian literature and politics of the present, which promises to open new perspectives on contemporary dystopian discourse. So we are delighted to have you with us. A warm welcome. Sir will be joining us soon. He is on the way. Now I would like to extend a cordial welcome to my dear friend, Professor Dr. Anjana J, Vice President of SIRA and Head of the Department of English, NSS College, Pandalam, an accomplished scholar and a dedicated academic administrator. Through SIRA, sustained the commitment to promoting research and academic collaboration. Numerous scholars have found opportunities for intellectual engagement. We are grateful for your valuable support and honored by your presence on this occasion. Madam, on behalf of each one of us present here, we extend a warm welcome to you. Now, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all respected faculty members, researchers, scholars, paper presenters, and students who have joined us from various institutions across the country and abroad, both in person and through the hybrid mode. Your participation is what gives true meaning to this academic gathering. We hope that these 2 days will provide opportunities for enriching discussions, meaningful collaborations, and lasting academic friendships. Now, I would also like to express my sincere gratitude to our management, the principal and accuracy, all members of the organizing committee, my colleagues in the Department of English, volunteers and student coordinators. Your tireless effort, meticulous planning, and wholehearted commitment have made this international seminar possible. I sincerely thank each one of you for your invaluable contribution. As we inaugurate this international seminar, let us remember that the study of dystopian narratives is ultimately not about despair, but about hope. By critically examining crisis and imagining alternatives, literature empowers us to question dominant structures, resist injustice, and envision more humane, equitable, and sustainable future. Once again, I extend a warm welcome to all of the distinguished guests and participants, and I wish you an intellectually stimulating, productive, and memorable seminar. Thank you, and I wish the seminar every success. Thank you. And I would like to invite our dear principal, Dr. Shalini ma'am, for the presidential address.
Thank you. Distinguished Chief Guest, eminent scholars from all regions of the state, respected resource persons, faculty members, researchers, and my dear students, a warm and pleasant morning to everyone gathered. It's my great privilege and honor to preside over the inaugural session of this 2-day international multidisciplinary seminar on dystopian narratives, imagining crisis, resistance, and the future. I extend my heartfelt welcome to all the distinguished academicians, researchers, scholars, and participants who have traveled from different institutions to enrich this academic gathering with their knowledge and insights. At the outset, I congratulate Dr. Shrija Ji, IQAC coordinator of our college, and the whole team of Department of English for choosing a theme that is not only intellectually stimulating but also profoundly relevant to our contemporary world. In an era marked by climatic conditions, technological revolutions, political uncertainties, social inequalities, and global conflicts, dystopian narratives have moved beyond the pages of fiction to become powerful lenses through which we understand our reality and envision our future. Literature has always been more than a reflection of society. It has been its conscience. Great writers have repeatedly warned humanity about the consequences of unchecked power, environmental destruction, and loss of human values and the misuse of technology. Dystopian literature reminds us that every crisis carries within it a call for responsibility, ethical reflection, and collective action. As a celebrated author, Margaret Atwood observed, in the end, we will all become stories. The stories we create today will determine the society we leave for future generations. They will record not merely our achievements but also our responses to the challenges of our times. This seminar is particularly significant because it adopts a multidisciplinary perspective. The questions raised by dystopian narratives cannot be answered by literature alone, but also the dialogue can be shared by all the disciplines, including political science, history, sociology, philosophy, psychology, etc. Such interdisciplinary conversations enable us to understand crises in their complexity and to discover innovative pathways towards resilience and hope. Education institutions have a responsibility that extends beyond imparting knowledge. They must nurture critical thinking, ethical leadership, and social responsibility. Universities and colleges should encourage students not merely to ask what is happening, but why is it happening and how can we create a better future. Academic seminars such as this provide the ideal platform for such meaningful engagement. At NSS College Nemmara, we firmly believe that education should empower young minds to become thoughtful citizens who can face uncertainty with courage, compassion, and creativity. Guided by the visionary ideals of Nair Service Society and inspired by the enduring values of excellence, inclusiveness, and service, our institution strives to cultivate intellectual curiosity alongside social commitment. The title of this seminar beautifully captures three powerful ideas: crisis, resistance, and the future. Crisis always challenges us, resistance transforming us, and the future inspires. So human history has repeatedly shown that every age of uncertainty has always been age of remarkable resilience. The human spirit has consistently demonstrated the capacity to imagine alternatives, rebuild communities, and create hope even amidst adversity. I am confident that the scholarly presentations, panel discussions, and interactions over these next 2 days will generate fresh perspectives, meaningful collaborations, and innovative research directions. Let this seminar become a space where ideas transcend disciplinary boundaries and where intellectual inquiry leads to practical wisdom. Before I conclude, I express my sincere appreciation to the organizing whole committee, the head and all the faculty members of Department of English, the coordinators, student volunteers, and every individual whose dedication has made this intellectual seminar possible. Your commitment to academic excellence deserves our heartfelt appreciation. I also thank all the participants for your enthusiastic presence. Your contributions will undoubtedly make this seminar intellectually vibrant and memorable. May these 2 days of learning inspire us to imagine not merely dystopian narratives, but also hopeful, inclusive, and sustainable possibilities for humanity. The future is not something we enter, the future is something we create. With these words, I wish the 2 days of International Multidisciplinary Seminar every success and officially extend my best wishes. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your warm and insightful advice. Life has always been symbolized knowledge, wisdom, and hope. As we embark on this academic journey, may the light of learning guide our discussing and discovery. I now request our esteemed dignitaries to kindly come forward for the ceremonial lighting of the lamp. Please, sir. Please, ma'am. Thank you to our distinguished dignitaries. It is now my honor to invite Dr. Pradeep Kumar K, who is a member of Syndicate of the University of Calicut and Associate Professor of English at Sri Vyasa NSS College, Vadakantili, to deliver the inaugural address and officially inaugurate the 2-day international seminar. Welcome, sir.
Dr. Shalini B, Principal and the President of this inaugural session. Dr. Srija, Convener and Head of the Department of English. Professor Anjana J, Professor of English, NSS College, Pandalam. Ms. Srilakshmi CS, Assistant Professor, Department of English, previous NSS College, Nemmara. Other teachers of the Department of English, dear teachers, members of the non-teaching department, dear scholars and students. With a very heartwarming feeling, I declare that the seminar, 2-day international seminar on dystopian narratives, imagining crisis, resistance and the future is open. And I thank the officials of the seminar for inviting me to attend the seminar, to inaugurate it, and also to deliver a lecture. And I'm sure most of you will be hearing me in the afternoon, except a few fortunate teachers. Others have to hear me. So I am not going to dwell on this topic now for the time being. When most of the teachers here were initiated into the collegiate service, we used to attend a lot of seminars and conferences. Then the UGC used to fund seminars, conferences, and workshops more often than, no, not more than often, more often than now, but they used to fund the seminars, they used to fund minor and major research endeavors to be taken up by the teachers. Nowadays, the UGC is not seen at all in this scenario. no more funds are received. Actually, these seminars and workshops are the places or the spaces where knowledge is created regarding different aspects of the present day life and experiences. You know, this, as the presidential address goes, this topic is very relevant because I think it's not about the future, it's about the present. We are living in a dystopian present. It is immaterial whether you know that or not. It is immaterial whether you do something about that or not. But it's like that. With wars raging all over the world, with environmental destruction, a very reality that reflects in our lives too, and with surveillance capitalism, with this AI and other infringements on the rights of the people, we have to think of that or we have to act on that. Of course, literature has a very great part to do something regarding all this. There is a branch of literature or a branch of critical studies known as eco-criticism. And one of the founders of eco-criticism has once remarked that it is not the text that has a hole on it, it is the ozone. Okay, so we are not concerned about the text. We are concerned about the ozone layer. So that's how the activism is going on. These seminars are places where we have to think of the future courses of action. We have to design courses of action. We have to initiate actions and we have to go out into the void with the plans of action. And if we are actually knocked off our solemn perch, we are very solemn, we are very relaxed. If we are knocked off our solemn perch because of this awareness, only then these kind of seminars are going to have any meanings, because a lot of effort has been put into the organization of these kinds of seminars, especially with no financial outputs from the UGC or agencies. So I wish every success to this seminar, in the sense that this seminar should initiate some of us, at least some of us, into thinking that the world we are going to live, most of us, not me, not the teachers, but most of us here are going to live, is going to be very, really tough. Okay, it's going to be very tough. So we have to do something, and we have to. All of us cannot become Greta Thunbergs. Okay, but we have to do something, and we can read, we can write, and we can participate in actions that is going to help us against totalitarianism, against environmental disasters, catastrophes, against machines taking over the human space. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your insightful inaugural address. And your words have actually set an inspiring tone for the seminar. Thank you, sir. Thank you once again. Now, it is my duty to invite a person to deliver the special address, who is Professor Dr. C.A. Josephutti, who is the Director of UGC MMTTC Thiruvananthapuram, but unfortunately he couldn't join us. So he has sent an address and he has asked to read it out in the session. So I am proceeding with that. Respected principal, distinguished dignitaries on the dais, esteemed resource persons, faculty members, research scholars, dear students, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all. It is both an honor and a privilege to be part of this international seminar on dystopian narratives, imagining crisis, resistance, and the future, organized by the Department of English, NSS College Nemmara, in association with UGC Malavya Mission Teacher Training Center, University of Kerala. At the outset, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the principal, the head of the Department of English, the organizing committee, faculty members, and students of NSS College Nemmara for conceiving and organizing such a timely and intellectually stimulating seminar. The choice of the theme reflects remarkable academic foresight. At a time when the world is confronting unprecedented challenges, this seminar promises to create a wide space for critical dialogue, interdisciplinary engagement, and meaningful scholarship. Dystopian literature has always occupied a unique place in the human imagination. Although it portrays worlds marked by fear, oppression, and social fragmentation, its purpose has never been merely to predict a bleak future. Rather, dystopian narratives compel us to examine the present more carefully. They ask uncomfortable questions. They expose hidden structures of power. They encourage readers to reflect on the consequences of our collective choices before they become irreversible realities. The greatest dystopian writers remind us that dystopia begins not with catastrophe alone, but with the gradual erosion of democratic values, ethical responsibility, human compassion, and critical thinking. When inequality becomes normalized, when surveillance replaces trust, when technology controls rather than empowers, when truth is manipulated, and when environmental destruction is accepted as inevitable, dystopian fiction tells us that the future has already begun to unfold. Today, these concerns resonate more powerfully than ever before. We live in an age shaped by climatic emergencies, artificial intelligence, digital capitalism, misinformation, pandemics, migration, armed conflicts, and widening economic inequalities. These are no longer fictional possibilities, they are lived realities affecting millions across the globe. The boundaries between speculative fiction and contemporary experience have become increasingly blurred. Yet, one of the most significant aspects of dystopian narratives is that they are never simply stories of despair. Hidden within them are powerful narratives of resistance. Even in societies where freedom is suppressed and hope appears extinguished, there are always individuals and communities who refuse to surrender their humanity. Acts of questioning, remembering, preserving culture, speaking truth, and imagining alternatives become forms of resistance. This is perhaps the central message of this seminar. The subtitle, Imagining Crisis, Resistance and the Future, reminds us that while crises define our present, resistance defines our possibilities. Literature does not merely document suffering, it also nurtures hope. It encourages us to envision more just, inclusive, sustainable, and human futures. Another remarkable feature of the seminar is its interdisciplinary vision. Dystopian narratives today extend far beyond novels. They find expression in films, television series, graphic novels, digital media, video games, and online cultures. They intersect with discussions on gender, race, caste, class, ecology, posthumanism, memory, identity, and technology. Such interdisciplinary engagement enriches our understanding of how narratives shape public consciousness and influence social imagination. For students and researchers, this seminar offers an invaluable opportunity to engage with emerging perspectives in literary and cultural studies. Academic gatherings like this are not merely occasion for presenting research papers, they are platforms where ideas evolve, collaborations emerge, and young scholars develop confidence in contributing to global academic conservation. The exchange of perspectives across disciplines, institutions, and countries strengthens the very foundation of higher education. As teachers and scholars of
humanities, we carry an important responsibility. In an age overwhelmed by information, education must cultivate wisdom. In a world increasingly driven by algorithms, education must preserve empathy. In societies marked by polarization, education must encourage dialogue. Literature remains one of our most powerful tools because it enables us to understand not only the world around us but also ourselves. Ultimately, every dystopian narrative contains an implicit question. What kind of future do we wish to create? The answer lies not only in the governments or technological innovations, but also in classrooms, universities, research, literature, and informed public discourse. Every act of critical inquiry becomes an act of hope. Every thoughtful conversation becomes a step towards a more democratic and compassionate future. I am confident that the deliberations during this seminar will generate fresh insight, inspire innovative research, and deepen our collective understanding of the complex challenges facing humanity. May the discussions over these sessions encourage us not merely to interpret dystopian futures but to actively participate in better ones. Once again, I congratulate the Department of English, NSS College Nemmara, and the UGC MMTC University of Kerala for organizing this excellent international seminar. I extend my best wishes to all the delegates, presenters, and participants for fruitful academic interactions and stimulating discussions. With these words, I wish the seminar every success and hope that it leaves us all with renewed intellectual curiosity, critical awareness, and above all, to the courage to imagine a future founded on justice, dignity, sustainability, and hope. Thank you very much. Jai Hind. These were his words. Actually, he has sent it to me. In his absence, I am thanking him for the special address. Thank you, sir. We now move on to the felicitation segment. I invite Professor Dr. Anjana J, Vice President of CERA and Professor of English at NSS College, Pankalam, to deliver the felicitation. Welcome, ma'am.
Respected Principal Dr. Shalini, respected Convener Dr. Shrija, Head of the Department of English, Members Senate, Syndicate, University of Calicut, Dr. Pradeep Kumar, Dr. Josufi sir in his absentia, Dr. Biju in his absentia, Srimati Sri Lakshmi, dear participants and all those who have gathered here, a very warm good morning to one and all. At the very outset itself, let me congratulate the organizers of this seminar to coming up with a theme which is both extremely relevant and intellectually challenging. When the world is going through a transformation, especially in the field of ecology, technology, and even human relationship, the study of dystopian narratives becomes all the more relevant. These narratives hold a mirror up to the society, reflecting the challenges and the anxieties. This seminar kind of reiterates that literature is not just a source of aesthetic pleasure, but it is a vital instrument of social critique as well as ethical reflections. I deem it my great honor to stand here on behalf of CERA, Society of Innovative Researchers and Academicians. But I know majority of you will be unaware of what CERA is. I'll give you a brief introduction to CERA. Way back in 2017, around 32 academicians assembled at UGC HRDC. At that time, it was HRDC. Later, it is renamed as MMTTC. We assembled there for a refresher course, and it was a group of who shared a passion for research. And I was fortunate enough to be a part of that group. We had joy, we had fun, and finally, when we wrapped up the course, we decided to form an alumni organization. Later, it was registered under the Travancore Cochin Scientific and Literary Charities Act in 1955 into SIRA. That is the Society for Innovative Researchers and Academicians, which started with 32 members, and right now we have around 300 members from across India, belonging to various disciplines. It is a group which doesn't have any kind of political or religious affiliations. SIRA functions under four wings, that is research wing, publication wing, then charity wing and service wing. We have so far conducted around 11 seminars, of which one is international. Including this, it becomes 12. We have published 17 ISBN book in collaboration with UGC MRTTC, and the 18th edition is going to be published by the September 1st week. Then we have given around 3 lakhs towards charity. Then members of SIRA had presented papers in international seminars in Switzerland, Malaysia, and Dubai. I was fortunate enough to present their paper at BIS Pilani campus, Dubai. That's all about SIRA. And on behalf of SIRA, I extend our sincere gratitude to the organizers and the college for having taken the initiative to collaborate with us. We are very happy that our name is being heard at the northern end of Kerala as well. I wish the seminar all the very best, and I hope the discussions initiated here will get resonated beyond the sessions as well. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your kind words of encouragement. I now invite Dr. Pradeep Kumar K to receive a small token of our love, and I also invite Professor Dr. Anjana J to hand over the memento to Dr. Pradeep Kumar K. Please, sir, please, ma'am, and all the dignitaries, please come forward. Sir, accept it as a small token of our love. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. And thank you to all the dignitaries. As we come to the conclusion of this inaugural session, I invite Ms. Srilakshmi CS, Assistant Professor, Department of English, to propose the vote of thanks.
Respected dignitaries on and off the dais, esteemed faculty members, research scholars, and dear students, a warm good morning to one and all. It's my proud privilege to propose a vote of thanks on behalf of the Department of English. First and foremost, I would like to thank our dear principal, Dr. Shalini V, for her encouragement and support. Thank you so much, ma'am. Our sincere gratitude goes to Dr. Pradeep sir, member syndicate, University of Calicut, and Associate Professor of English, Sri Vyasa NSS College, Vadakancheri. Thank you so much, sir. We are eagerly awaiting your session, sir. I would like to extend our gratitude to Professor Dr. C.A. Joskuti in absentia for his inspiring special address. Thank you so much, sir. We are extremely grateful to Professor Dr. Anjana J, Vice President of SIRA, and Professor of English, NSS College, Pandalam, for the kind words and gracing the occasion. Thank you so much, ma'am. Our deepest gratitude to our head of the Department of English, Dr. Srijaji, whose vision, guidance, and meticulous planning have been instrumental in organizing the two-day international seminar. Thank you so much, ma'am. A special word of thanks to all my colleagues, Maya Miss, Anupama Miss, Shama Miss, Rajashree Miss, Shreda Miss, and Amrita Miss, for your effort in organizing the seminar. I would like to extend our gratitude to all the faculty members
research scholars and students for your cooperation and participation. Thank you so much. With profound gratitude to each and every one of you, I conclude my vote of thanks. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. With this, we come to the closing of the inaugural ceremony. Now we will have a 15-minute tea break. Please be seated because tea and snack will be served here. Thank you all. Thank you.
Good morning to our respected principal, dignitaries, on and off the dais, respected teachers, dear participants, and my dear friends. A warm welcome to each and every one of you. It is my great pleasure and privilege to introduce our esteemed guest speaker, Dr. Piju Ishikabarak. Dr. Pitu is a distinguished academic researcher and creative writer with expertise in English literature, film studies, and cultural studies. He is currently as visiting assistant professor in creative writing at the Rochester Institute of Technology in Dubai campus. Earlier, he served as an assistant professor at Christ University, Bengaluru, and has made significant contributions to teaching, research, and interdisciplinary literary studies. Today, Dr. Vitu will be delivering a talk on the topic dystopian literature and the portrait of the present. In a world shaped by rapid technological, political, and social changes, dystopian literature helps us critically examine the challenges of the present and imagine possible futures. We are truly honored to have such a distinguished scholar with us today. Now, with great respect and honor, I cordially invite Dr. Peter Keparakel to address the gathering. Dear participants, please join me in welcoming him with a big round of applause. Welcome. All yours. Thank you.
Warm good morning to all of you. And first, my apologies for being a little late. I was supposed to be a little earlier than this. I was stuck on the way. And immediately after that, I think be grateful to the management, the authorities, Nemmara NSS College, to the English department, especially my student, Shama. I think she wrote me, uh, and all the dignitaries sitting here, and all the scholars. How many scholars are here? Could you just okay. And my dear students, thank you all for inviting me. And I think it's time for me to start my session. This session basically is personally favorite to me. It's more or less the same kind of idea I've been discussing with the government teachers orientation session in Coimbatore. And there were a lot of interactions after the seminar. And it was primarily because when you look at the current students, what they're doing, and probably compare it with the syllabus, what they are studying, and probably what they are reading and what they're doing, there's a huge rift between what they understand, what they engage in, and what they study. This rift is not negotiated intellectually and academically also. So, how do I perceive it as like, probably I can say that, at home, whenever I come home, my daughter will be always sitting there in front of the TV, and most probably there will be some ghost stories. Okay. I call it ghost stories. She always corrects me saying that it's not ghost. You know what it is? It is vampire. Okay, there's a significant difference between vampire and ghost. And my generation, I don't think many do understand it. For us, it's all the same. they perceive, they understand, they engage with things in a different manner. I'm teaching creative writing in RIT Dubai. And when I started dealing with text and code, there's a paper called Text and Code. This is basically digitizing stories. Digitizing stories not in the traditional sense where you normally put it in digital medium, but it's more like making it interact. I hope I'm making sense and you can understand. If there is any problem, I can switch over to or anything. Absolutely no problem. When I started engaging with this particular coach, they were initially a bit reluctant, basically because they thought I'm teaching code. You know what is code in maybe the language, software language. It's completely different. And I'm coming from literature background, and they were wondering what I'm supposed to do with code. So when I started talking about storytelling and the basics of storytelling, and this is something that you require in almost all areas of what you call storytelling, what do you say, possibilities, and in the sense of making script or probably making games or probably making a video. In all these, what you do is actually storytelling. And when I started talking about it, slowly, gradually, it struck that no, they noticed the possibility where they can make interactive, and they started creating interactive stories. And it was the final story they made was 1.5 hours long. So you can just imagine how rigorous that process is. And it's not just a story. Even now, when I say an interactive story, I don't think a lot of us do understand. When I say interactive story, I have a choice. When I meet a character, meet in the sense I engage with the character, I decide what the character is going to do next. Or at least I have a word cue where I can just press on, and that gives me multiple possibilities. I can switch on any one of those possibilities. That takes me to one bit of story, and at the end of it, I'll get multiple possibilities again. So one story means hundreds and hundreds of stories. So students were really thrilled, and I was getting slightly bored because I'm used to the regular conventional stories where it goes in a linear, not really linear pattern, but there is a linearity in terms of its conventional existence. So I was really stuck with that pattern. And students actually took me to a new world. And that is where I started realizing, started understanding, and started actually engaging with what they and what they deal with, and how do they interact with things, and what are their responses. And that's what took me to the dystopian world. Because when you look at most of the best-selling books now, most of them are either vampire stories or dystopian stories. Cloud Cuckoo Land and stories that end so positively is not sold anymore. Movies where you have bloodshed, movies where you have a lot of suspense, movies that really bleak and dark is received so well. I mean, there are a lot of researches going on. Why is it happening? It's not an Indian phenomenon. It's a global phenomenon. Everywhere, new generation or the current generation is more dealing with these kinds of world, murky. It's really dark world. It never gives you, it never leaves you with any positive note in conventional sense. Why do I say in conventional sense? Because my generation knows to read it only in one particular manner. That's like if you don't have light, if you don't have hope, if you don't have no positive things available there in the story, it's good for nothing. It's misleading, it's good for nothing, it's bad. But I think now people started dealing with these stories, and there is a new arena of interpretations that's slowly gradually coming up. And what they say is this is actually a response to what they see around in the current generation, what they make, what they read is actually their response. Actually, their response. It's a creative response, it's a cultural response to what's happening around. Okay. So, literature normally says that, okay, it could be, it could function as a mirror, as a kind of reflection to society. And there is another group, they say that it functions much more than a mirror, much more than a reflection, where it's like no more interactive in the sense. There is a reciprocity. I read, I learn something, and when I read, I add meaning to a literary work. So existing literary work, however old it is, keep on adding meanings through readings of different generations. So there is a reciprocity. So reflection plus reciprocity is maximum what we could read in terms of existence of a text. But now it goes much beyond. That's what we were to deal with. Now, when you think about dystopia, I think the first word that comes to you is utopia, right? And you know that it's an impossible world. It's a world where everything is so possible, so impractical actually. And dystopia is the opposite side. Everything is the opposite, where things are so negative, things cannot be positive, things are unimaginably callous. Unimaginably callous. That is where possibly some movies that perpetrate violence or probably that showcase violence get a lot of movie goers. Become probably biggest hits. You want to see bloodshed. I used to say, speaking, I think Aristotle's poetics probably there. That see, throwing the abyss. That's what you see in a person who's watching probably a boxing match, and when he sees somebody just spitting blood or just he's bleeding, you just that George is there, and you're so excited. It's so negative. It's so callous. But you know, people they are fond of. How many of you know Motai? Know the sense at least you heard the word? No, you know. Motai or probably the kind of boxing matches where they don't even use gloves, knuckle matches, or probably even the conventional boxing match, right? You are simply cathartic violence. When you sit there and watch and when you just jump at joy when you see blood, you are simply cathartic your violence. That's what normally people say. This is the negative response I've been actually talking about. Okay? So, when we look at dystopias, I'm supposed to be there only, but unfortunately, I have to move quickly. See, this is one of the very famous paintings, Persistence of Memory. This is Salvador Dali's painting. I hope you can see this is actually a symbolic, iconic representation of surrealism. Okay, a symbolic representation of the generation in which he lived, the kind of violence and bloodshed that he watched, possibly the negative, perception of life that was available during this time. Okay, this is quite often known as melting cloth. You can see arid land, there is no greenery, there is no human beings. The sand, which is, so you normally use a particular term, inhospitable terrain, right? Where life is impossible. This is that sort of a place. A world where only time exists. Nothing else can survive. So, this gives you a dream-like a mix of reality and probably fantasy. it gives you a mix of reality and fantasy. You can see that a clock never bends, right? And I think Eliot has one beautiful line. That's the baby face. Shama should be remembering. That's the baby face. There are quite a number of similar expressions by Eliot in Wasteland. Wasteland is probably very close to this painting. Very close to this painting. Okay. You look at this, this gives you only weak possibility. Because like colors are too dark, I've taken from Getty images and they have distorted the color and probably in transmission again it is you know dropped down. It's even more bleaker. Now probably a little interesting colors you find here. It's not even this. It's so bleak. Okay. You look at probably another image. What you find here is somebody screaming. There is an image of lava pool. A woman who's half swallowed by a snake, who's screaming, and there is absolutely no way you will be able to explain that. It is more or less like the expression of honor. Okay, that's so unique, probably so ambiguous. You wouldn't be able to interpret it, right? And this is the maximum you can actually express somebody's anguish, somebody's desperate state of existence, somebody's sense of loss, somebody's helplessness. It's a very famous painting. All the details are given there. I'm not wasting my time on that. When you look at the earlier generation, like Salvador Dali's or his contemporaries, or Eliot's generation, you have seen them looking at life in a particular manner because the politics around them actually brought them to a world where things are so bleak and things are so. I would go to the extent of saying that so destructive, so negative, and so destructive. So that forced them to create these kinds of literary works. If you ask why probably Wasteland exists, why should somebody write a poem like a love poem? Let's go you and I together towards the evening when it is spread out into the sky like a fish etherized upon the table. It's a young image. You hold your love's hand and then the image that comes to your mind is like, somebody who's, the evening looks like somebody who's about to undergo anesthesia right before the surgery. Imagine, right? Or even when you think about burnt out ends or smoky days, the butt end of a cigarette, which is good for throwing. Once you smoke, it is rebellion, you're not supposed to do that. At the end of it, what you do? Right? Your end of the day, accumulated memory, collected, the sum total of that day is like burnt out in of the state. Total waste, right? Or if you look at the beginning of Wasteland, April is the cruelest month, breathing lilacs over the dead land, mixing memory and desire, stirring dull root spring rain. Summer surprised us in hop garden and colony with a shower of rain. You just think about it. Possibly, it's one of the beautiful months that they have. And your opening line is April is the cruelest month. Your memory is painful. You can't. Right? So, this is what a world war has given to one generation. This is what a world war has taught them. The great pillars, religion, culture, civilization, everything collapsed. Your fairy godmother, fairy godfather, whatever, you believe it. At the end of it, I am not vulnerable. A feeling that all of us have. If something is going to happen, that is going to happen to somebody else, not to me. Somehow I escape. This is what's shattered. This is what, during the time of World War II, and the response of writers is what we have seen. Okay? And if you come to our current generation, I'm coming to the current generation, our time, if you look at Palestine, what it is, the same that you've seen. I'm not talking about the politics behind it, but when you think about children, old people, dying for no mistake of theirs, and not just in ones and twos. I know the story basically because I'm teaching many of the kids from Palestine. So many are from Palestine. And each one of them have stories. And maximum I heard is 6 members in the same family died. So, all of them carry these kinds of traumatic stories. This is going to carve deep, I don't know, it's going to create very deep impact in all these generations, all these people. Okay. Whether they are from Palestine or probably one of the most shocking images that I do remember in recent times is Alan Kurdi's issue. I hope you. Alan Kurdi is a small little boy from Syria. They were trying to go to Egypt, escape to Egypt, and both capsized. So many people died. But the story became so viral basically. The next day, that boy's body was found on a beach, and a Greek photographer, face down, half buried in the sand, the boy was there. So painful a photograph. So millions and millions of people are actually commuting from one place to the other, looking for a safe place. It's not for job, it's not for remuneration, it's not for food, it's safety. All those things are important. But initially, you should be able to stand on the ground where you are. Right? You can't survive on shortage sand. That is what creates. And this is the photograph. Next thing, if you remember Kevin Carter was he was a South African photojournalist, and he has clicked a photo of a little boy. I think he had taken video also, and there was a vulture right behind, and it was slowly, gradually moving towards the little boy. There was no rescue around, except probably when you think about the photograph, the man who was taking the photograph was there. Otherwise, this is very similar to an Indian experience. If you watch The Day India Burned, the documentary about Indian partition. If you watch that documentary, one of the biggest concerns that is voiced in that documentary by an authority who's there, who's an officer, he was saying that the biggest challenge we had was women or families leaving their small little kids behind. When there was an exodus, when there was a long line of people walking from Pakistan to India, because they could not walk anymore, because they could not feed, they were slowly, gradually leaving people behind. Old people, small little kids, newborn babies. And the authorities didn't have any option to take care of these small ones, to safeguard them from animals, or probably to feed them and take care of them. Which is not part of our, probably partition stories. I haven't seen it anywhere else. This is a documentary that was released after British government released their archival records. after 50 years, they release their archival record, and then based on that, they release, they prepare the document. So this is actually very political. When you talk about a dystopic world, a dystopic imagination, dystopic thing, there is a reciprocity between what is happening there, around you, and what you imagine, and what you feel, and what you. And this connect, this understanding is very, very important. Establishing this connect only will be able to take you to the younger generation. Otherwise, they say you are oldies, right? There is a term, right? So you won't be able to connect with them at all. That's very, very important, and that's why I just told this picture. See, when you look at these books, do you relate to these books? Do you understand what these books are? Is there anybody who has not read these students? No. Saga of Dharmogram by O.B. Vijay. This is a recent one. Francis City Koran. How many people? Okay. Delhi, no chance, right? Slightly old. No from underground. There are similar books. I just took one sample. Then Walls of Delhi. No chance. He's a wonderful writer. I had an opportunity to meet him. We get together and Benjamin. Both days. At least you must have watched the movie, right? And Anand. Anand has a beautiful work when Maribhumi Vrundavan. Yes, all his works are classics, and this one especially is very, very important. Then Sarah Joseph, at least Bhutini. Okay, why am I talking about all these things? See, you look at Saga of Dharmagiri. Saga of Dharmagiri is actually a reaction to our what do you say, emergency, Indira Gandhi's Iron Rule, and the kind of terror that stayed back for a long period of time, even after Indira Gandhi is gone, it stayed back for a long period of time. Even now, certain places you relate, certain people, certain places, you connect in terms of their maybe emergency experience. If I say Kake, I think people relate it with what has happened with Rajan, right? There are plenty of people, not just one or two. Okay, there are plenty of people. We were in a project of collecting stories of those people who have been traumatized. And you'll be shocked there are so many people. They were actually affected by that emergency and the police guard and the lack of, what do you say, democracy. Okay, at that point of time. And Saga of Dharmagiri, I hope you have read it, right? First, maybe 4 or 5 pages, is it too easy to read? From students, is there anybody who has read the Dharmagiri by O.B. Vijay? You should read it. You should read it. Okay. First 4 to 5 pages, it's extremely difficult. Why is it difficult? It is difficult basically because it's talking about certain things that you normally don't discuss. You don't discuss, you don't share, details of your body functioning with other people, right? And if somebody starts talking about it, maybe out of curiosity for 1 or 2 minutes you might, but after that it's like you won't be able to stand, right? There is a sense of purity that we attach to ourselves, and this goes diametrically opposite to that purity. So you feel you are getting polluted. Say that no, I don't want to. That's it. And actually, what O.V. Vijay does is he actually paints you with all kinds of bad words. You're getting a nice bath in ugly words, ugliest of the ugly. If you have any, what do you say, self-imposed sense of purity, you won't go beyond 2 pages. You say that I can't read. And every chapter, every idea that is projected in that story has a parallel, which is historical. Not only nationally, but internationally. There is a reference to communist Russia. There is a reference to capitalist America. There is a reference to almost all kinds of isms and parties that's been existing in that particular. And you can find as response deeply buried in a halo. I don't know whether it's right to use the word halo. Skin of his. So that's the way he expressed all this. Okay, and this is the ultimate work that I have read about dystopia, about dystopian world. People often talk about 1984 by George Orwell. When you talk about dystopic world, people talk about 1984. But 1984 is much more diplomatic. I don't think it is just stark naked in terms of dealing with the reality. But O.V. Vijay, he has nothing to hide. And there is no mincing words. It's so direct. It hits you so hard. And people often complain about the way he responded to questions at the end of after publishing this. Because when people ask, he said, I didn't speak about emergency. If you find it, that's your problem. I think once writer writes it, no, it's not his job to probably, propagate the ideology that he has given. That's for the readers to take and, take it forward if you feel like. Writer does not have to own it and, establish and go there and speak. That's not why you write a book. Otherwise, you can have people publish, right? You can possibly speak about books. You can go to different media. Writers go to the right, and that's what he has done it so beautifully. So that's one work, so typically exposing the possibilities of dystopian world. Okay, so dystopian world actually triggers imagination. It not only puts you in negative uh, imaginative space, but rather it gives you an open to your imagination. It gives you another possibility. That's what even people like Poe and even Hannah Arendt talks about. Even when you look at this idea of I hope you heard this word wretched of the earth, right? Wretched of the earth actually talks about justifying violence. To a large extent, it's a justification of violence. I think the second chapter of that book deals with violence. How does it justify violence? When you are cornered, when you do not have any other place to escape, in Eliotian sense, when you are in a rat saddle, how do you escape? You cannot escape. Still, if you are getting hammered, what do? You have to attack. That's the only option that is there. Otherwise, you simply don't do anything and you die. If you are a human being with the natural instinct, you will attack. Because survival instinct keeps it. And that's what he says, violence is justice. Quite often, we talk about caliber than this. Much sinned against than sinning. Right? That's a beautiful way of justifying what he has done. Much sinned against than sinning. And just possibly if you do a complete survey of that text, you'll be able to find 4 or 5 sentences where he says that they spat on my good property. It was for the Christian boys to throw stones at us. I think just a few more verses. Is it justification? Ideologically, if you just go behind the approach of both these religions, possibly you'll be able to. And that's what is being done. When you talk about colonizers, what did they do? You are actually pushed to a corner. There's no way to escape. And the final point where you decide you have to survive, you have to establish yourself. The final point where you decide all these things, right? You exert violence. You show that you can also possibly do something to hurt other people. The word that came to my mind is actually blood. You can do something to spill blood, right? That's what the book talks about. Wretched of the earth is actually a justification of violence. I'm not talking about in negative sense. Don't take it in that way. I'm not talking about in negative sense at all. Okay. Whichever way you look at it, it's definitely a justification of violence. Okay. And you can actually look at the second chapter of the book. Now you look at work like Delhi, or maybe I think you must be familiar with this word, Avilaile Suryodaya, Haridwaril Maniral Moram. There are quite a number of women words. What do you find? That a generation that is totally frustrated, right? If they were under this Tufan police, definitely or would have been arrested. And we have read that no word. Because all the heroes and most of the people you find in that work are consuming all these kinds of things. Not naming it. Right? And that's basically the response of Muhammad's generation. They were totally frustrated. If you have read Sita by Muhammad, it's a very good example how a classic is being taken to showcase the kind of violence towards a certain group of people. They snatch all the opportunities, they snatch all the freedom, and probably they enjoy some kind of sadistic pleasure out of seeing that people do not have any option and they are stuck. You sit here and you live like this, you behave like this, and we call it life. We call it establishing your life, right? That's what people believe some time back. And the remnants of that are still existing. People say that when you study, you get a job, government job. Right? Even I do say that. Actually, if you ask the younger generation, they are least for it. They are least for it. They are all listening. But most of my generation will be able to understand why you are saying that. They get really scared when you respond like that. This is the disconnect I'm talking about. This is the huge disconnect I'm talking about. Okay. Muhammad's generation was really, really frustrated, and that's why there was a generation that were just moving out and exploring things which were labeled as bad and ugly, and you're not supposed to touch, polluting, everything they explore. Okay. Muhammed, Balendra Gulekar, you know that generation, and all their stories actually all for those things. And notes from underground, the same again, very popular in Kerala, yeah, all over the globe, Kerala especially. The same notes from underground was about a person who was I don't know, he believes that he doesn't have a space in the world. He doesn't have anybody to share things. People don't understand. This is the gap between one generation and the other. This is the failure of communication. This is the no line. April is the worst not included. Because when others look at us so positive, right? And Walls of Delhi again the same thing. Walls of Delhi is Uday Prakash's the story. I don't know whether the story is available here. It's a wonderful story. It's about a few Dalits. They studied really well and scored really well, and at the end, certificates were stolen, and they had to go back to their traditional work. And finally, they land up in Delhi, in a house where the walls were actually prepared in such a way that deposit all the currency closer. Then they find out that's the story, not any story. So this is about people, they use all their home. There is a fantasy world. There is a real world. The mismatch between these two was actually what makes you mad. You didn't tell me that. It's a huge, big, heavy sentence. If a parent gets it from the children, if your daughter, if your son says that, you didn't tell me about that, you didn't warn me about it. What were you doing? I guess all these adults, all these parents could imagine a lot of scenarios. They are not short of words. We were in our younger days short of words, but they are not short of words. There are plenty of words and they articulate words. It's like they don't articulate unless. So this, when you look at probably Walls of Delhi, this inability to perceive the reality, where there is a mismatch between the fantasy that's being taught, that's being spoon-fed, and what they get in the real society. It's what makes them really, you can say that's what makes them imagination. Right? Nowadays, I don't have to say that. I guess majority have seen this, and Anand's most of the stories and Saraj's also. So now I just I'll go back to a small. See, I'll go back to a small little, maybe classroom scenario where I'm asking a few questions. Why do you? I hope you understood dystopian literature, right? All the backbenchers, they are busy. I hope you understood what is dystopian literature, right? Literature or literary work that gives you a bleak world, a bad world, which has a lot of bloodshed, doesn't give you a positive narrative. This is the dystopian story, right? Why dystopian literature matters is that if you watch vampire stories, if you read stories where there is pain, there is suffering, there is no positive things, how does it matter? Why do you, have you ever thought, why do you read all these? How does it reflect in your life? What is your, or in other sense, I'll just put it like this. What is your takeaway when you read these kinds of books? Is there anybody who watch vampire series? You watch. Okay. So, what is your takeaway from vampire? You just. Pardon? I thought somebody from there also, right? You watch vampire movies? Would you like to share your response? Why do you watch vampire movies? Okay. See, when you look at these vampire stories, as she said, there is a possibility that you normally don't get in your game. Okay, so there is some basic elements that gives you a sense of satisfaction, which you won't be able to take in your. So this world, the real world, is actually denying you that, and there is a fantasy world that is providing you something which you will be able to hold close to yourself, be probably happy about, things the way it is now. You can say that okay, the narrative is quite interesting, right? How interesting these narratives are is a different question. You have to engage with it, uh, in a different manner. Okay, with certain parameters, that wouldn't work. If I'm telling you in a different manner, the same question, if I'm engaging with you in a different manner. See, if you watch some other series, like probably uh, something like there were a lot of stories. Do you understand this sentence? Jon Snow, you know nothing. Jon Snow, you know nothing. Game of Thrones. How many of you know? It's been one of the most popular shows the entire world. Yeah. Okay, it's been there. Okay. Okay. So we have a campus in Croatia, and the set for this Game of Thrones was close to that, and that's a tourist spot now. So see, when you look at Game of Thrones, storyline is really interesting, but I think the element that attracts you, the ingredient that pulls you too strongly towards it is like what you don't normally show in other series. You name it, it is there. Playing a human, peeling the skin off of a human being alive. They've shown all kinds of violence and all kinds of fantasy, uh, fantastic creatures, fantastic imagination, right? You all those elements are there, but at the same time, it gives you a sense. I'm coming back to that point. It gives you a sense of satisfaction because there are certain associations that you make in the story. There are certain groups that you find yourself close to, and there are certain other groups that you hate, right? And as the story goes, the idea of affiliation actually keeps switching. That is the brilliancy of the directorial, and it makes sure that it gives you certain possibilities to take hold and enjoy the kind of impossible elements that's provided there within certain spots with in the story. Okay, it gives you and it gives so much of highlight, so much of focus to those story areas. That's the way it caters to the story. That's the way it caters to uh, the audience as well. Okay. If you remember, there was another popular story a little while back, which was on a Roman slave. How much more time do you have? 45. Okay. Okay. I hope you got what I'm saying. Most of these stories are actually offering you. I'll wind it up fast. Okay. Most of the stories provide certain chances, certain platforms for every individual to occupy and feel close to the narrative, which conventional stories do not have. Okay, that's the importance of most of the dystopian story. And another possibility is there is a darker side in every human being. That's where psychologists are really interested. There's a darker side in every human being, and that is explored to the max. When I say playing of human being, pardon? Yeah. Yeah, so most of these stories actually have these kinds of scenes burning alive, right? Yeah, correct. Correct. So the question that I asked is why these stories are actually relevant. These stories are relevant basically because it, in a sense, reflects the kind of response that you have towards whatever is around you. And now it is my responsibility for this whatever is around you in terms of specific realities. See, the biggest protest recently happened, okay? Student protests. Why do you think so many people have come together? They came from different places. It is basically because they could find some kind of solidarity in terms of the grievances that their generation people are facing. There is a solidarity that they identify. It's not something that's somebody created. So I know this person, I can trust this person, I belong to his generation, I understand him and he understands me. It's an internally generated kind of solidarity. And that is the bond that brought them together. And this is basically because the world around them, they are unable to connect. One mistake, two mistakes, three mistakes, people are bothered about. You normally call it, there is a particular usage, normalization. Right? You normalize things. Sunita Panikar's one TED talk is, I don't know whether you watched. The talk is there. She was a social activist. She rescued a lot of women from prostitutes. She was a rape victim and she was beaten up and leg and were broken. She's so famous. She gave a TED talk and she's actually talking about the life of those people they are trafficked and they are taken to these kinds of places. He says that they fight. They fight and they are beaten up, and this goes on in a what do you call painful trajectory. It goes on, and they reach a particular point. As I told you, accident, it reaches that point where they realize that there is no escape. You fight, but when you realize that you can't escape. Can you fight a machine? Absolutely not. Right? And there is a point where you realize that you are surrendering. And most of these women actually undergo that stage. And you find them only after. Till that point, normally you don't deal with them, you don't find them. So, this normalization as a regular character that you find with older generation. Normalization. And younger generation was unable to connect with this normalized violence, normalized ruptures. A rupture is a rupture that should shock you, that should actually make you apologize, and people do not do that because it's a normal thing, right? What the older generation does with due respect for people. See, there is something called othering, and the other one is normalization. And again, I'm just going back to Sunila Panikar's video where she says that the first group of people they kept her away with her own family members. Okay, and most of the social workers they were contributing money and support, all kinds of support. Where people, good people, what do you say, philanthropists, all those good qualities are there. But she gives one instance that and it hits you really bad. That instance is like one of those people they used to give money and support to that she's been running. When that man's mother she fell and she broke her leg, they needed some support, domestic help. And he also he tells the entire story. And in the last line of Smita, if we can get somebody, it will be a great, but not one of your people. This is the other thing I'm actually talking about. You can be a philanthropist, you can be so good to other people, as long as it's not touching you. This is where you identify the divine touch. Right? This is where you identify the mold of purity. Right? And you realize, would you possibly take one of those people and that's your home? That is the most important question. Instead of that man, if you place yourself, would you take one of these women there to your home? That's a real question. So this othering is a very serious kind of process. Othering is a callous process. It comes from your traditional mold, which is very hard to break. I give you 10 points and tell you that, okay, so and so things are so bad and so ugly, you shouldn't be following it. And I'm sure you will nod your head and you will say that, yeah, wonderful, you said it, it's all correct. But at the end of it, when you move out, you'll be practicing whatever you've been practicing so far. There won't be even an hour of it. An idea should actually settle in your bloodstream. It should be getting circulated. Right? Other things is like, I don't know whether it's right to say, you study, write it, and get marks and forget it. That's an ugly way of dealing with ideas. Right? So this is something very, very, very important. The question that I asked, why is this important? It is important basically because it gives you an opportunity to look at your own self, place yourself, understand what is happening, understand what is the missing link between possibly the senior and the junior generation. Right? It is an opportunity that is very positive to look for a better future. You'll be able to articulate what you need when you understand yourself, when you place yourself in the historical and social context. Right? A marooned individual is a pale individual. You cannot make yourself a marooned individual. And I don't think there are really successful and I know one individual will be really isolated and never interacted with people around. One of my favorite books is The Mothering Family. The story of that lady written before. She never interacted with even neighbors. And for months together, years together, neighbors believe that nobody. But generally, when you talk about a maroon individual, there's a failed individual. In a society, you are failed. Right? And what can actually make it possible? what can make you actually sprout roots and feel that way you're part of this ecosystem. It's actually your ability to understand. This is what I told you. The connect, the bridge between the senior and the junior generation. And that's how dystopian literature is very, very important. Rather than pecking on what you call the blood, the negative, possibly the discouraging elements, the dark world, the necro that was once upon a time it was very that kind of world. Instead of that, we should be able to identify what is making me understand and relate to these kinds of stories. That way, it can be a really great. And most of the writers, even P.D. Ramesh, when he came to Rice when I was working there, Rice University, he's been talking about. If you have read Francis Etikora, Francis Etikora has all kinds of weird practices in the name of religion. Right? Europe had the Freemason, no practice and all. You are familiar with. It's very similar kind of practices from right? So that's one place mentioned in Francis Etikora. So he is talking about the society, and immediately after the publication of the book, he was specifically mentioning those things. He was saying that this is the younger generation, this is the world we are living in. There's absolutely no point in covering everything and saying that okay, there is a great, sane, positive, beautiful world that we are inhabiting, and I mean it's a false projection. Why do you do that? That is a question actually younger generation talks about. It's very obvious in terms of appearance. Bad appearance, long hair, like me. It was so ugly. It was perceived as so ugly, right? You look at the younger generation, they break all conventional norms. They break all conventional norms. And the disconnect starts from there actually. When we talk about domestic issues, it actually starts from there. So it's very important. I'm coming back to the question. It's very important to understand what this dystopian literature does and how do we negotiate with this dystopian literature. Okay. Now, if you have any something we want to continuing with this, actually, is there anybody who's really interested in this? Okay. Maybe through your teachers, I can send a paper. Send it and read it. Or you can mail me on this form if you have any doubts. So any questions? Anything that you want?
Does anyone have any questions?
Sir, it was really wonderful. Actually, this is not a question. I have two observations. One was about the creative course that we are teaching. I always wonder how can creative writing be taught? Because creativity is something as changed. It has to be genuine. But I think you have all of these amazing words. The second one was that we usually say that literature, that is a conventional concept that literature makes us more humane. We inculcate humanity to human beings. What is the takeaway of this dystopian narratives? Are they giving any kind of message? What is your
My first response to creative writing was you're right. Creative writing in its original sense, you cannot actually teach anyone. It's like can I teach painting to anyone? If you have that skill, flair for it, an enthusiasm for it, and connect with ideas and possibly a way that you have identified to express your thoughts, your reactions in lines, and if you have that, it is easy. Okay. Uh, then why do we teach? See, creative writing is a course where students opt in RIT for the entire university, regardless of their year, batch, program. If they have a flair for it, they can take creative writing. They are not really good students. Uh, I was really shocked when I went there. The class strength is 20 maximum. And in that class, normally maybe 15, 16 after all the dropouts. Okay. So they come there, they sit, they can try for 3 weeks doing all the work, and if they find it really interesting and satisfying, they can continue. Otherwise, they can drop off. It's normal. Okay. So we don't force anyone, it's not a mandatory course. So students, they have an interest in it. So teaching literature to somebody who's really not interested doesn't appear, it doesn't come. Okay. So these students, they are really interested in it. And many of them are published authors also. And second question, uh, dystopian writers. See, when you look at dystopian writers, they are trying to negotiate with the current world, educating them about what is being understood by the younger generation, how do they process information, what are the channels through which they actually respond. All these things are being exposed to dystopian literature. See, if you look at, okay, if I'm coming to a Malayalam literary work, Dharmapuram, why do you think he has brought in a housemaid who's being exploited, who's being abused, run around for help, go to probably the most powerful person who's controlling the authorities there, go to a people's representative, finally meet, I think, Siddharth. She meets Siddharth. Okay, why it is happening? Why all these instances are created? That's a very important question, and the answer, as far as I'm concerned, is like it is a good exposure where you get to see what is actually happening around in your time. In most of, I think most of the stories that have been really, really popular recently are good, typical examples, very similar to what Obi Vijayan has shown, whether it is the solar case or so many cases. You can see people getting lured, people exploiting people with power, using all kinds of opportunities to maybe jump on people, grab opportunities, make money, right? There is absolutely no right or rhythm. There is no sense of law. There is the understanding of the law. That's the way it functions. And possibly, like Siddhartha, we take a little time to understand all this. For us, I think we need people like Obi Vijayan to write us what's been going on around. Otherwise, it's a huge, huge failure because we project a world that is so positive, so nice, and we make it so believable. It's a fake world, actually. Yeah.
What I meant was we became our every time. I also wish was that the exposure of election kind of normalizing all of it, kind of message sending to the young generation that these are like, it is not what it's meant to be. My kind of apprehension.
I can say that, see, about surrealism, some of the Latin American writers responded actually saying that, see, our reality is stranger than your fiction. Uh, that is in the context of the fight between religious authorities and the farmers there in Latin American states in many places. And probably in a larger historical sense, many places being decimated, their culture is completely destroyed. It is in that context, they've been talking about. So this is the actual deep roots from where all the responses are coming. You can always say that, okay, that imagination is really weird, wild, it's false, it's not nice, but reality is not that. We don't have to make it nice. It's actually not very recent. We think it is recent. I think most of these people might have seen movies like Hostel. Is there anybody who watched Hostel? It's been, I think, more than 1 decade. I think 1.5 decades. These slides are finished. Marco. Marco is the recent one, no? Now, what I'm saying is, we have been hiding it so far. People are so familiar with all these stories. I don't know why this group was not so familiar, but otherwise, youngsters are so familiar with all these stories. I told you almost 2 decades back, similar kind of stories were so popular, people were watching. But our cinema, our people, our literature, uh, we protect it. We say that very say, I don't know. It's a place that we should protect, and this should be defiled with all kinds of blood. No, that's our fault. That's not reality. And we have our right to beliefs. Literature also, I don't think literature also is so devoid of pain and suffering. Probably you're talking about fiction. Malayalam fiction, to a certain extent, it's been hesitating to talk about. But I think the tradition from Bashir and they were trying to showcase things in stark naked truth and flow form. There was no what do you call refining touch actually. I think that was very important also. See, when you look at certain Karu's, some stories, or probably if you look at some stories of Bashir, uh, some of the stories of Morden, they're so powerful, not because the stories are really so well written. What I'm talking about is that they have an element that is ready to negate the conventional mode, where you find violence, where you find bloodshed, where you find certain elements that is negating the traditional religious and cultural dynamics. Even MTS, right? You look at Nirmali. When was it shot? See, that one single shot is, I hope you are relating to what I'm talking about, right? Depending on that no, single shot is more powerful than I believe. So So we've been doing it, but we were not talking about those things. It's not something very new. And Marco's a trend, I don't think you catch up. Movie has a different dynamic. You cannot survive on one single format. So it will be there for one season and then you can move on to even Pathuraj. We recently published a book on Pathuraj. Even Pathuraj, especially Anapata Grama. So, I think that's
Any more questions? Are there any more important or are there different thinking what
uh, very interesting question. I find the concern there. Uh, you don't see the whole point of discussing this is people don't have to be really worried about moving towards dystopian world. It's not too bad. What I've been trying to tell you is like it's a very traditional mindset that's been telling you that dystopian is really, really bad. You don't have to be really worried about it. And are we moving towards a dystopian world? I don't think so. Then what is the possibility that this dystopian literature, dystopian cultural artifacts is giving you? It is like it is giving you a way out. It is giving you an alternate possibility. It gives you an opening to your mind to imagine, to place yourself, to understand yourself. So that way it is a positive. It's not so negative. A dystopian era is like no, there is a homogeneity that you are imposing. It's not a homogeneity that you find everywhere. Literary artifacts, maybe political projects are dystopian in some places, not everywhere. Pardon? Definitely. There's absolutely no doubt about it. Otherwise, uh, how is it possible for a government to just take a decision on decimating one entire land, one entire country? How is it possible? Right? I'm not only talking about one instance, there are plenty of instances. I don't want to sound so political, that's why I'm not talking about it. There are plenty of instances, including Venezuela. Plenty of instances. So we don't find it so problematic. We normalize it. So it's already there. So dystopian literature actually gives you an opening. It gives you better, it leaves you better equipped to engage with it, to understand it, and respond to these kinds of things.
any more questions?
Nice to meet you, sir. It's a pleasure to have you here today. It's a very good class. My English is not too good. I am working on it. I have a question for you. What's the biggest lesson that a dystopic story give us?
I didn't get your question last time.
What's the biggest lesson that a dystopic story give us?
That is yet to, for you to understand. I don't know. What is the biggest lesson that dystopian story can give? Dystopian stories generally project the reality that's available there around you, and it leaves you better equipped to deal with the potential dangers that's lurking around. That's okay.
Thank you, sir.
Then you are also talking about one more talking of any English novel.
Something that I did explain us 1984. 1984 is a tough dystopian novel, but I find Dharma Purana much more powerful than 1984. 1984 basically because, English language and the popularity and the spread of English language is circulated everywhere. You find a lot of research works on it and a lot of papers already published on it. Movie vision, unfortunately, because in the Malayali, it's not that well explored. And it was something that I didn't mention to. We can possibly think about that. You want a recent one?
Talking about today's political climate. That is very I was something that extends to today's
Political climate. Today's political climate, amongst these books, I think Walls of Delhi talks about it. It talks about the politics. It talks about what actually happens there in Delhi and in the political, uh, the party levels and properly and bureaucratic, what happens is being explained. But otherwise, non-fiction there are plenty. Okay. Non-fiction there are plenty. But that is not dystopian fiction. It's a reality check to understand whether dystopian world exists or not.
no question. Right. So actually talked about normalization, right? That earlier generations and now tend to normalize it. And what the generation does, they try to break that normalization. Uh, but do you think that the projection of such violence in movies, the repeated projection of such violence in movies, don't you think that this generation is trying to normalize such violence? Because now, for every week, people are ready to resort to violence to solve it. So, don't you think that there is some kind of conversation where we normalize violence?
Good question, but when I look at it, see, I'll take you something maybe very touchy kind of topic. The rape stories that we've been talking about. Why do you think people are so afraid to say that okay, this will be normalized and it won't be a big problem after some time? There are a lot of people they talk about these kinds of crimes and violence like that. And cultural artifacts showcasing all these things make people believe that okay, it's a normal thing and they stop responding. Okay? See, that is one, I think, imaginary world that you create. Why am I saying this? See, there are a lot of documentaries about North Indian states to tell you what exactly happens. Uh, Surasu's son Stalin? Stalin's documentary? Not Russian Stalin. Surasu from theatre artist was here. His son Stalin. He has come up with a lot of documents. And he's actually going to you watch it, I'm not naming a place. Okay. Going to a place and the meeting of families. And this is not very far away from us. Just 4 or 5 years from this moment. Okay. He's going to some families and asking them, how do you deal with the Dalits, outcasts, the kind of families they are living outside the main village and all. And old people say that they are polluted, so we don't touch them. And younger generation, the same family, younger generation, they say that we go once in a while, once and all, we go there. If when we enter their village, we make sure that we clean them black and blue. And he's asking, why do you do this? If we don't do that, they don't have any respect. They should respect us. So whenever we go there, we make sure we do all this. You know what's the next thing that he says? For fun. Once in a while, we drag one of their girls to the field, we rape them, and we throw them there. And he's asking, what about the police station? Do you have police station there? Won't they complain? If they complain, we get the report first. And what do? We burn their houses, we beat them up, so they won't dare to do any of those things. So, are we, by covering up all these things, by saying that, okay, when we highlight, our mind will all be normalized and we won't respond, are we trying to protect, these culprits, these criminals? There is a world that is really, really pure out there. That is really scary. I don't think it's our responsibility to highlight, probably the nicer side of this world and say that, okay, this is our world. I mean, like, I don't know whether it's fair to say, you create a wall, hide the reality, showcase the biggest, highlight of the city to everybody and say that, yeah, this is our. It's so uncouth kind of work. Should have a bit more sense. We should actually have some initiative to step into that space, to probably revamp the dynamics of that space, to bring it back to normalcy and establish some sense of decency in the life of those individuals who are just struggling to survive. That's not responsibility. I don't think any media should be worried about. Marco comes from a different mind. It's like Chennai, what is it? Lot of movies with. It actually comes from that bucket in Malayalam also movies with the initial acting review. They try to project one group of in a particular mode and trying to say that for them violence is something that so innate in them. And that's why it's not going to fly. Films or even writing, you cannot just write, but you cannot survive with this kind of way. Literature never allowed those kinds of brains to write. You look at other people. So popular in the first novel. Second novel, which one? Do you know the name of it? First one you know, right? It's not that easy. Otherwise, you have to do something.
Yes, sir. Any more questions? As we come to an end of this seminar, it is my pleasure duty to propose the vote of thanks on the behalf of the English Department of English. I express my sincere gratitude to our esteemed guest speaker, Dr. Vidya for this valuable and thought-provoking session of the topic Dystopian Literature and Politics of the Present. This session was highly informative and engaging. This presentation helped us to understand the dystopian literature from a new perspective and encouraged us to think critically about the connection. Sorry, the dystopian literature from a new perspective and to think critically about the connection between literature and contemporary society. We sincerely thank you for sharing this valuable knowledge and insight with us. Thank you, sir. Okay, now we will have a lunch break and everybody should be here at 2 p.m. because the next session will start at 2 p.m. All the faculty members can be provided and will be provided there. All those who are registered and not received the coupon should go to the registration committee and get the coupon and then proceed to canteen. All the students will be provided lunch in the canteen. So please get the coupon and head to the canteen. Thank you.
because of the happenings of three areas. I would like to tell you that the dystopian literature has been historically divided into three, broadly into three. They are the political dystopia, then the environment dystopia or environmental dystopia, and the technological dystopia. Technological dystopia. So these three types of dystopia actually belongs to the entire universe without sparing any part of the world, without sparing any part of the geopolitical areas we are familiar with. Okay, what is political dystopia? I think in the last session there was a question posed at the resource person about the novel. What are the political novels? I think it's like that. What is a political novel that he can cite? I think that was the question. A political novel that he can cite about the the geopolitics. I think it was about the geopolitics. Even now, even in Malayalam, we have novels dealing with geopolitics, like Sin by Harida Savitri, Kalachi by K.R. Meera, and in English, there are many other novels. So, what is happening in geopolitics or geopolitical arena is very important. Okay, so we are living in an era of constant wars. In 21st century, the war has become the norm of the universe. Okay, in history we have studied about wars. Those wars were actually separated by years. There were wars like the World War First, the World War Second, the other types of wars like the Pokhran War, the Chinese war, China-Japan, Chinese war. There were other kinds of war. There were other kinds of wars or other wars were there. But now we know that, or we can know that, we are living in an era of constant war. War has become the norm of the day. Okay. Now, when I say war, you will be thinking of wars, the three wars that are raging in our world nowadays. I'll come back to this slide. Okay. You can see Ukraine, Gaza, and Sudan. The war in Ukraine is actually going on for the third year. Gaza is a permanent space of conflict and war. Palestine. And Sudan, I think Sudan is less famous or less infamous uh, compared to all to the other two. And there is another one. I haven't included it in this slide only because there is not space. There is the war raging on Iran. Okay, so these wars have become the new norm. So, what is the war doing? The war is not to win. The war is not to win. The war is not to gain something other than the political hegemony. The war is actually going on in almost all the parts of the world. I think you remember when the war began in Gaza and the invasion of actually the war is a misnomer. We should use the word war actually because in Gaza what is happening is not a war but it's a unilateral invasion of Gaza. Okay, and in Iran, even though it's a war, actually it began as a unilateral invasion by Israel and America. In Sudan, it's a civil war. In Sudan, actually it is a civil war. And in Ukraine also, it was not a war. Actually, Russia invaded Ukraine, and Ukraine naturally defended. So this is what is going on all in the world. So now we have to identify the features of this kind of wars, and we have to distinguish them from the wars that were there in the 19th century and 20th century, because these wars are not for political invasion or political hegemony or political gains. These wars are fought for the economic as well as political hegemony. America and many other allies, uh, including, including America and Israel, America and Israel, mainly Israel. They are waging this war for some other or with some other ulterior motives, and that is where this first kind of utopia, that is dystopia, that is the political dystopia, is connected with the second kind of dystopia, that is the environment dystopia. Environment dystopia. Why? Because of the war for resources. The war for resources. So the war for resources is going on. What do you mean by the war for resources? Just because I'm a teacher, I think asking some questions will help you. Help you means it will help you not to fall asleep. Hmm? Have you heard of the invasion of America in Iraq? Hmm? In Iraq. In 1993, America invaded Iraq and arrested the president of Iraq, Saddam Hussein. Actually, the reason put forward to invade Iraq was that Iraq is having chemical weapons, which are a threat to the humanity, all the humanity. That was the ploy, that was the facade. But actually, it was a kind of war for the supremacy in oil or supremacy over oil resources. Oil resources. And then now the war that is going on in Iran is also for oil resources. But because of this oil economy or the petro economy, which is running on the fuel question, that is, the fuel question is predominantly met by what you call as the fuel called fossil fuels. Fossil fuels. Because the world is in dire need of energy, and the energy requirement of the world is actually met by more than 60% from the fossils or fossil fuels. And the large deposits of fossils are located in this place called the Middle East. This is not Middle East, not politically correct to term it as Middle East because it's not Middle East because it is Middle East from the point of view of the Europeans. Okay, so this fertile crescent, what do we call that place? Though that place between the Euphrates and Tigris rivers. Okay, so that was the real intention behind the Iraq war. Iraq war. So, what is happening in the world has actually made us or rendered us insensitive. We have become insensitive to what is happening. So, I will tell you something regarding that. The wars and the conflicts all over the world have displaced millions of people. In 2025 alone, 82 million people were internally displaced. What do you mean by internally displaced? Displaced within the country. 82 million people were displaced within their countries in 2025 alone. It's a report quoted in Down to Earth magazine, which was actually prepared by IDMC, International Displacement Monitoring Committee of the United States, and also by Norwegian Refugee Council. So this shows the magnanimity within course of the countries or the world politics. And of these 82 million, 68.6 million people were displaced due to wars. Due to wars, including this Palestine, Palestine, Sudan, Gaza, of course, in Palestine, Sudan, Iran, and many other Ukraine, many other countries of the world. There are civil wars going on in many of the African countries. Ukraine is the only place or only place of conflict in Europe. And 30.6 million people were displaced internally due to disasters, natural disasters. So that is going on in the world. And what is our response to this? Of these 82 million people, 10 million people were displaced in Gaza alone. People in Gaza are living in a very ghastly condition. See, they are not living in houses or homes or flats. They are living in a very, they are on the verge of dying because of diseases, because of pandemics, because of unhealthy conditions. So this is the plight of the people who are displaced internally. And this disasters, Pakistan floods, Amazon drought, all these are, I think all these are familiar to you. Why I called Pakistan flood alone in 2023, a flood occurred in Pakistan in which two-thirds of the country was submerged. One of the greatest floods in the history of human beings or in the history of the world. So, in 2022, 23, 24, and 25, there were floods in West Asia and South Asia, including India, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Nepal. It's because of a phenomenon called La Nino. La Nino. Not El Nino, but La, what is it? In simple terms, it's an influx of air from the Pacific Ocean to the Indian Ocean and the Bay of Bengal. This influx of air and this influx of wind is a kind of exhaust. It's working like an exhaust fan or exhaust system, and this system actually destabilizes the air circulation, the circulation system above West Asia and South Asia. And this air system or this circulation goes awry, and as a result, the what do you call as cloud burst. For example, one is cloud burst. It happens. Then the system goes, I told you the system goes awry. We cannot control the climate or the weather. The monsoon is no longer a monsoon. The monsoon winds, the two types of monsoon winds are actually not flowing in the direction it is supposed to flow, in the direction it's supposed to flow in. So that happens in certain places. And on the other end of the spectrum, we have the droughts in Africa, in Caribbean islands, in Latin America, including the Amazon. I think you won't think that this Amazon is that Amazon like Flipkart. Hmm? So Amazon is not on fire. That Amazon is not on fire. It's the Brazilian forest. Okay. So that's another. That's a very important thing. So coming back to Palestine, displacement was 1,82,000 people were displaced on a day average. 1,82,000 people were displaced. So Palestine is a place where displacement is every day. That means displacement is an everyday phenomenon. So that's why I tell you that that's why I think that we have grown insensitive to all these things because these are happening. These are happening. A theorist called Susan Sontag. Susan Sontag says that this is the kind of fatigue that grows over time in us. And this fatigue actually makes us think that these are very common. These are very common. So that's what is my contention is dystopia is here and yet we don't think it is dystopia. Dystopia is not future. We are living dystopia. We are living dystopia. So dystopia is here and we haven't recognized that is dystopia. A guest is here in Bible. I think it is in Bible. We have an adage, a story which tells us the story of a person coming as a guest. We were. I don't know whether it is in Bible. But it's a story. It goes like this: the people in the house were waiting for a person, a guest, a dear guest, and they didn't recognize it was this guest who came just now and knocked. So they failed to recognize. So like that, it is in another sense we fail to recognize that dystopia is here. Okay. So the third dystopia, or what we say, is related to technology. Related to technology. What do you mean by technological dystopia? What do you mean by technological dystopia? Anyone? What do you mean? What do you mean by surveillance? What do you mean by surveillance? What do you mean by surveillance? Surveillance is observance of somebody is observing us. So that is subtly different from observing, because surveillance is done without our knowing that action. Okay, somebody is observing us, somebody is closely watching us. So this kind of world is fastly evolving around us. We carry people to closely monitor our activity. Okay. Do you think you can surf, you can use, you can go to net, you can go to applications, you can go to media platforms, keeping your no. So every minute you are being watched. Your emotions, your privacy, your feelings, your preferences, your personal preferences, your political preferences, everything is being transferred as data. Everything is being transferred as data. And this data business is very, very important to the corporates, the capital world. Nowadays, on a single average day, the data flow, the legitimate data flow. What do you mean by legitimate data flow? The data transferred through legitimate platforms all over the world amounts to 4.8 billion US dollars. 4.8 billion US dollars. 1 billion means 100 crores. Okay, 1 billion 100 crores. So 4.8 billion means 4.8 into 100. That is 480 crores. 480 crores US dollars. And if we want to get that converted into rupees, you just multiply that with 100. Okay. That's a legitimate flow of data. What do you mean by legitimate flow? That is monitored by the different watchdogs, both governmental and public sector watchdogs. They keep a close watch on how data is transmitted and what kind of data is transmitted. So that happens all over the world. So these are the three types of dystopia that is happening. So our question is, have the dystopian novels or narratives predicted it? And we can see that, as I have told you, I am not going deep in detail. I am not going to the text, okay, all the text. But I would like to point out the case of some texts, including the first one, 1984, which can be called as the classical dystopian text. The classical dystopian text. 1984, the watchword is Big Brother is watching us. The Big Brother is watching us. The Big Brother actually is the government. Okay, 7 or 8 decades ago, Orwell was thinking that the government will be the only agency that will keep a tab on the citizens. A tab on the citizens. But now we know that it is not the government alone, but all the corporates are keeping their tabs on us, tapping us for the data they need. Okay. And he also says that there is a perpetual war going on. Because The party in 1984, the government is the party is the government. The party says war is peace. One of the mottos of the party, it is illustrated in the party headquarters. It is like this: war is peace. Why? Because war is the only way to keep peace or to attain peace. The war is peace. War sustains power. What is the war for? The war is not for, I have told you, the war is not for territorial acquisition. Okay, in the 19th century, in the 18th century, or from the time immemorial, wars were to capture lands, capture power, capture a part of the country. The wars were raging. You have heard of the wars of Panipat, the first war of Panipat, the second war of Panipat, the third war of Panipat, the war of Palikote, the war of Plassey. These are very important wars in the history of India. You know, so therefore, territorial capture. They are for proving their sovereignty. But now wars are for sustaining the power. What kind of power? Not only political power but also economic and social power. Economic and social power. So social power is also very important as far as the world is concerned. Now I will just give you an example. Now you know America is having a war or waging a war with Iran. How Iran is retaliating? America bombs in Iran, and yet America has not won the war. No, America has not won the war because Iran was successful enough to retaliate. How? Iran is bombing or attacking the defense stations of America all over the world because America has put up defense stations, army centers all over the world, including in the Gulf countries. So it is easy for Iran to attack America, not in the American soil, but all over the world, because these centers are being easy targets. Why did America put up such centers? Because America is very keen to have power, its power exerted all over the world, not the political power. America has no political power other than in America, but it has an economic power, especially after the Cold War. It has an economic power wielded all over the world, including countries like India and Pakistan. I just totally India and Pakistan because we think that India and Pakistan are a lot way away from America. Okay, so this is what America is exerting. This is what the power America is exerting in these countries, economic and political and social. And now we think that this kind of dystopia, this kind of political dystopia is insulated. That is actually it is very much insulated from other types of dystopia. It is a kind of island. But we should know that political dystopia is closely connected to environmental dystopia because this endless wars, these conflicts, these clashes have actually led to a race for resources. I have told you about the fossil fuels. Fossil fuels are not the only thing that the superpowers want. They want different types of things. I will give you another example. So this is an era of supercomputers, not in size but in efficiency. Okay, and I am sure you might know what is a what is artificial intelligence. What is artificial intelligence? What is artificial intelligence?
You can fill up the form after the session. From listening to the session, what is the
That's why I am asking questions. What is AI? I know that. Thank you. AI is artificial intelligence, and then I will ask you what is artificial intelligence, and you will say AI. What is it? It is an app. As far as we are concerned, it's an app saved in our mobile phone. It may be something like ChatGPT or Cloud or something like that. But this AI is having a high toll on environment. Okay, can you tell me why? AI. This AI is actually working on the large models of language and knowledge. That's why when you give it a prompt to AI, it gives answers within a GP. Okay, and this is happening because the companies have set up massive data centers all around the world, especially in countries having very hot climate. In countries. Okay, now the United Nations University Institute for Water, Environment and Health. The United Nations University Institute for Water, Environment and Health has highlighted that air-related water consumption may equal the needs of 1.3 billion people by 2030. 1.3 billion. 1 billion equal to 100 crores. 1.3 billion, that means 130, that is 130 crore people. So why these AI centers need water to cool off the system? Okay, they have that massive data in centers around the world which consume a lot of electricity and which needs a lot of water to cool off the system. So AI is not just our mobile phone. AI is AI have need to have a very massive data center, and one data center is not enough. Many data centers are to be set up in different parts of the world. They are also having a toll. So the war, the political dystopia, and as well as the technological dystopia are having a very close tie with the ecological dystopia that is happening now around the world. Okay, and do I need to give you a detailed description of ecological dystopia? No. You know what is happening. Climate change. What is climate change? Climate change is the impending doom. All over the world, the people are, the scholars are saying that the climate change has actually far surpassed the fear of atomic threats. What is atomic threat? What is atomic threat? We know that more than 30 countries in the world are having atomic weapons. Atomic weapons. But officially it is only 10 or something like that, 10 or 11 countries. And the atomic warhead possessed by one country is enough to destroy the world many times. Enough to destroy the world many times. You cannot destroy the world more than one time. Okay, I know that. But if they want to, they can destroy the same world many times within the orbits of one single country. That means it's a very great impending danger. But now, as the worldwide news, data, literature, I don't mean literature in the sense that novels and poems, but literature means everything that is in newspapers or anything like that. Everything. Once analyzed shows that climate change is dangerous, more dangerous than the atomic threat because it is real, it is more realistic, and it is more impending. It is sure to happen because atomic threat is actually determined by how far it is a threat is determined by the people, the rulers. They can control that, but the climate change cannot be controlled by human beings any more than they can control the planetary movements. Okay, if you want to make a very drastic change in the climate change, that means what you do today will be reflected after 50 or 60 years ahead. Okay, you can, if you put a break now, it will only stop in 2075, at least 2075, 50 years hence. Okay, so these two types of dystopia are having an effect on this climate dystopia. They are all closely connected, and these are actually amply portrayed by the people all over the world who are called literatures, writers, and you can see there are many writers, many works, even in the 21st century. There are many writers who have used their pens to give us a taste of dystopia. These are the novels published after 2000 to 2020. Okay, so my contention is all these books are what am I? The road, the ministry for the future for the time. For the time constraint, I am not going to the contents of this novel. So these novels have actually portrayed as the grim reality that is before us. But the issue is when we survey the history, when we survey the economic history, the social history, the political history, when we survey the digital history, we see that we have reached that point which are actually portrayed in these novels. And I told you historically, the dystopian novels are those novels which take some cues from the day-to-day lives of present and project it to the future. But nowadays, we know that that future has arrived, and there is no future to project. There is no future to project. There is no more project. And that doesn't mean that we don't have future. We are not going to die. There is future. This is 2026. We can live up to 2036, 46, 56 like that. There is, but the dystopian literature is having a crisis because we are living in the dystopia of the present, and there can no dystopias or dystopias projected to the future. Why? Because of the crisis of capitalism. What is capitalism? You know what is capitalism? And from what we have discussed so far, we know that capitalism has caused all these dystopias, real dystopias, because the nations are engaged in war, the nations are engaging in war, the nations are in search of resources, the nations are, or the people or the corporates are extracting data, they are selling the data, they are selling the natural resources, they are actually they are setting up conflicts to get the oil resources, to get other kinds of resources. All these are because of capitalism, because capitalism is characterized by the quest for profits. So, what is the motto of capitalism? Unbridled profits. Capitalism looks for profits, and at any rate, capitalism needs to have profits. And this quest for profit has landed capitalism in a particular crisis, and that is what is called the holy crisis. It is not one crisis, it's holy crisis. Because this dystopias all over the world is a kind of crisis faced by capitalism, late capitalism, because that is the face of capitalism. Why? How can you say that? Because we know that this quest for profit has actually ended up in war. War is destructing the profits of human beings, the environment of human beings. The environment is also having undergone this climate change, is destructing the human beings, the health of human beings. So, what is meant for more profit is actually retaliated. So, that is the crisis capitalism is facing. Okay, so I have told you this. So, everything has ended up to this or come to this. That is the now we are going to the first slide. It is easier to imagine the end of the world than the end of capitalism. It's a sentence from a work by Frederick Jameson, an American critic. He says that capitalism is coming to an end, but we can easily imagine the end of the world than the end of capitalism. Because capitalism has taken the world to that stage. And capitalist realism is the. What is capitalist realism? Capitalist realism, as put forward by Mark Fisher, says that there is no alternative. I think you might have TINA, T-I-N-A, TINA. There is no alternative. Because capitalism is the only way. And Franco Berardi says that because of this late capitalism, we are living at the end of. So this is the crisis of capitalism. Capitalism, with its unsatiable hunger for profit, has taken humanity to this end, where we are living at the end of the future. And I tell you again, I would like to clarify, future is not in terms of temporality. Future is not a time. Future is not a historical time. What I mean by future, or what is meant by future by Harabi is there is nothing to hope for, there is nothing to look forward, so we are living at the end of the future. And that doesn't mean that we are in a state where there is no going back. We are going to face a we are going to face a destruction of the world. But no, it's not like that. It is that there is no more dystopias to be imagined. You cannot imagine beyond this limit. Beyond this limit, you cannot imagine. Because that is the crisis capitalism has taken us to. Because capitalism tells us that there is no alternative to itself. So there is no alternative to itself means that it is faring well. It's a good thing. But it is not a good thing because it has taken us to the end of the future. So this is kind of vicious circle. Okay. Capitalism says that there is no alternative to itself because it's very good. But this there is no alternative state has taken us to a particular condition, particular historical juncture that there is no going back to the future of hope. Because hope is a sight. Someone in the morning session was asking like that. What are dystopias telling us? Dystopias are telling us that there is not telling us that there is no future. Dystopias tell us that there is a future beyond this debacle. Okay, if things are going on like this, these are the possibilities. These are the possibilities. But capitalism has taken us to a point, to an end point that there is no future beyond that, beyond dystopia. So, this is the crisis of capitalism. This is not the crisis of humanity. This is not a crisis of humanity. The humanity can go on once we have an alternative to capitalism. That is TIA, TIA. There is alternative. There is alternative. I have given you another name in the slide. I don't know if you have noticed it, Shoshana Zuboff. He has warned us about the surveillance capitalism. He says that we can overcome this capitalism, this state capitalism, because we have overcome the Gilded Age. That was the Gilded Age was the 1800 to 1900 or 1950, in which the industrial revolution has kept wealth on a particular minority because of the inventions made possible by industrial revolution. But the people, the industrial revolution and the Gilded Age taught the people that there is no alternative. And because of this conviction of the people that there is no alternative, the people, the majority who were suffering, thought that there must be an alternative, and they fought for that, and there was alternative. And that is what is we are seeing now, because the people, the countries all over the world have a democratic system even now. Whether we will lose it very soon or not, we don't know. So like that, there is a space for resistance. There is a space for. I think that's all. Okay. I don't know whether you are convinced, whether you are whether you have heard at all. You don't know. Anyway, thank you for listening, or thank you for hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions?
Hi, sir. I'm Krishna for English. I could say which all the authors have influenced your understanding of global and why? Which all the authors have influenced your understanding of global and why?
You tell me what.
So she is actually asking, why are you interested in dystopian narratives? What also made you interest? What also made your interest in this narrative? That is what.
Krishna, thank you. Thank you for the question. Actually, we are not looking at the world through the prism of literature. Okay. We have a particular view about the world. So it's not necessarily you have to be influenced by an author. Once you become aware of the geopolitics, what is happening all over the world, you understand that this has a bearing on the literature. So that was my case. Because of the social activities, we know we are concerned about the literature, we are concerned about the world, and we are concerned about the nature or environment. Okay, I think it's clear.
Any more questions?
Sir, for the title, and my question is, can dystopian literature still inspire hope and or does it mainly reinforce a sense of hopelessness?
Okay, thank you. I think I have addressed this question towards the end of my session. So, this always literature cannot be pessimistic. You know, literature always gives out the rays of optimism. So now I think that we can come out of this only when we are getting out of the debacle with the true spirit, with the true ideology, with the true outlook, having an outlook of all and a comprehensive vision. For example, when we are thinking of dystopia, we have to think of all these as one. Okay. I try to tell you that the political or the social dystopia as well as the environmental dystopia and also the technological dystopia are the working of late capitalism. So this kind of comprehensive vision will be very useful for us to fight against this, to resist. And that insight will be given by literature. Literature actually, literature anticipates life. I don't know whether you are familiar with that. Oscar Wilde once said that literature anticipates life, not vice versa. Not life anticipates literature, but literature anticipates life. So, literature can think of all these things. That is what is evident in this dystopian novel. You know, Dystopian novels are telling us that these things are possible, and now we are at a historical picture that we are there. Okay, the things pointed out 50 years ago, 40 years ago, they are now here. So this shows that literature has the potential to guide us out of these difficulties.
Any more questions? Okay.
On behalf of everyone present and the Department of English, I sincerely thank Dr. Pradeep Kumar K for his inspiring and thought-provoking session on living at the end of the future, dystopian literature, and the crisis of late capitalism. Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable insights with us. We are truly grateful for.
Thank you all.
Okay, thank you. The next session, sir. ഇത് തിരിച്ചു കൊടുക്കാനൊക്കെ